Good evening. Tonight, we're going to continue the story of Shadowbringers, going from 5.4 now. I don't know if we can finish the entirety of the Shadowbringers story in this stream. I checked how many quests there are, but supposedly it ends with like 45 minutes of solo duty. So that's a lot on its own. But we'll see how far we get, and either we finish tonight or we finish next week. Hey Kwasari, lurking, that's alright. Glad to see you. I do appreciate just a little hello from everyone, even if you don't want to talk in the stream chat. It matters, it means a lot to me, because it's actually very difficult to know how many are actually watching on YouTube. So this one goes out to all the lurkers. Hope you're having a good evening. Or a good day. Whatever you're doing. Santo says, the solo duty at the end was kind of long, even when I skipped stuff on my second character. It took a bit longer than solo duties. Yeah. Exactly. Hey Moku Stabby, your voice is so soothing. Thank you so much. Also, I really appreciate your job guides. It helped me learn the red mage opener. Thank you. I do intend to recreate all of my job guides. It just takes time. So if there's a job you don't feel like is recently covered, I'll get to it. But if you can't wait for that, I do have guides for all jobs. Some of them are just more dated than others. But I did cover all jobs back near the start of Endwalker. I think we'll have to clean the inventory a little bit. I'm scared that the inventory is going to break on this stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Gridania and just give our free company some stuff. Just hand it to them. I don't want it. I've talked about this briefly sometimes, is that in terms of inventory management, you don't, just because you can use a piece of equipment down the line doesn't mean that you need to keep it. Because it also depends on how long you're going to be stuck with it if you choose to keep it, right? Like for example, I can use these gloves because I don't have a ninja at level 90, but my ninja's level 1 on this character. So I won't need these gloves for ages. I'm not going to be using these unless I unlock Reaper, and if I do that, I can just use Tome Gear, as Sansa was suggesting. So if I end up needing these, I can just use these, in fact. So I don't even need those at all. And my Black Mage is a little closer. So I could consider saving these, but I might just have the tomestones to replace later, right? So basically all of this shadowless equipment, unless I can use it right now, I have no reason to keep it. Because I have no jobs that will need them. And this applies for pretty much all of the level 80 equipment. Level 79 Dark Knight, and we level 30 Dark Knight. And some more level 79 equipment. See, the 79 might be nice if you have nothing else. Oops, we have to spend some. Can I buy ventures? I would like to buy some ventures. I think the only gear that we really would want to save on Smol Kai here is anything that Black Mage could use in the immediate future. So if we have something around level 50s, 60s maybe, then it might be worth it. There's also an argument to be made that maybe we should keep some for our retainer. But we'll take that. We'll take that problem when it comes. Right now, our retainer's not even level 50 yet. We have a lot of things. Some might think that handing in the Skellig items is a mistake. It's not so bad. I don't think we had any of the good stuff. We'll leave the rest. So much materia. Where do I have all this materia from? Right, now we have some space so we can get back to actually playing the game. Matoya was where we were. And Krasadi says, I remember the final duty of Shadowbringers was very, very long as well. It's very long, but it's also very interesting, I will say. I do remember I have a friend that a long time ago had problems beating it. But if I remember correctly, it was also because they were stubborn and refused to take the freebie. You know, here's the thing: if you fail a solo duty, most solo duties will offer to give you the easy mode. If you find it difficult, then you can do that. If you want the challenge, then you don't have to.
I gave you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones and named her for luck and prosperity.
Bonanza?
Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want.
Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship? I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper.
Hehehe. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizla. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard?
Hey Arya. Thank you. I hope you enjoy editing. I just want to point out, do we have it here? Let's take a moment to take in the fact that this airship, according to Tataru herself, has an entire, has a bunch of mana cutters. Let's appreciate the fact that this is a mana cutter. Where? Where does it keep, a party of mana cutters? Where? Is it down here? Do they, fold up like a traveling bicycle, or what's going on here? Maybe it's IKEA mana cutters you're gonna build yourself. They're compact and expand. You know, I'll take it. She could also argue that I'm here pointing fingers and saying that her airship is ridiculous. Where did I keep the mana cutter? Maybe that's the way it works. Hey Pitu, how are you doing? But yeah, it is just funny when NPCs say it, because usually their argument is grounded in some sort of logic that makes sense. When the player pulls out a mount from nowhere, it usually doesn't require an explanation. But it's a little funny.
Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tatara has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Asasla, and Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice.
Oh, last week, I believe it was Tracy that said that we should try to show Grahatia his minion. I'm not sure which one it was that we needed to show him. Or if it makes a difference, or if he does anything, or if it was a test. I did promise that we would test next week, and now this is next week. The wind-up missile should be the one. It wouldn't surprise me if we have to find him in a specific spot. What was supposed to happen? I don't think anything happened. He has a line of dialogue about it. Arya says, I think we're too late. I think not. Because we were given the minion in the Rising Stones. You cannot pull out a minion in the Rising Stones. So we could not have shown the minion to him. He handed us the minion, cutscene appeared, Grahatia was gone. This is the first time since we were given the minion that Grahatia has actually been somewhere where we can put a minion in front of him. So I'm pretty sure that this isn't too late. Gilano says, it is the missile. He has a line of dialogue about it. Do you know where he says this? I swear to you, we tried last week, and it literally said you cannot summon minions in this area. So I tried. I don't know. Maybe things have changed. I'm not claiming anyone is lying. I'm just saying that I tried. I tried and I couldn't. Okay, I'm looking it up. After you complete the main scenario and redeem your Grahatia minion, you can visit him in the Crystal Tower and speak with him to prompt a small cutscene, whereupon you show him the toy version of himself. There's nothing too significant to it, it's just a cute moment that I thought was worth sharing. In the Crystal Tower? So I suppose he'll be there when he's not somewhere else? This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and
Yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azus La, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this place leads to an aetheryte, beyond which there will be an informational terminal. I suggest we begin our search there.
Peter says, Beta Quadrant, but I'm a Sigma.
I don't think there is a Sigma Quadrant.
There's also no pink quadrants, Peter, so I guess we're both not welcome here. Oh well.
And here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption. An overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say.
Do you have a password?
Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid, but it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details at the Hemisphere control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hemisphere.
How to explain why you don't travel with the NPCs? But what if I wanted to travel with Grahatia and Alisaie in a group?
Where?
Why could... Oh, just because... I'm just blind. I was like, why can't I see it on the map? Why is it invisible on the map? Kazadi says, I prefer Lambda. The Lambda quadrant? You can't sit with us. Oh. Not only are they the mean girls, they're teasing the little girl. I'll just fly away on my giant bird. You discover a new location. Good thing that you put a note on my map, because clearly, Grahatia, I didn't know what a Hemisphere was in the first place.
If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this note will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of...
Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time.
Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future.
Bzz. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. How useful.
Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example.
Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent.
You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that that was in the records too?
Huh, I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but be aware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the ether is stagnant.
Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with a shard wins. What do you say?
Very well. It would be my honor to come third. Ow. Hey Andromeda, it's been a very long time since I've seen you in the chat. I hope you've been doing well. Where have I been since I did a face reveal? Well, I started using a camera like 2 weeks ago, I think. Or was it just last week? Partly to commemorate that I was using a camera in my video that came out April 1st. So now that I had already been on camera, it was less of an issue, right? And the community's grown, yeah it has. Levia and their spirit of competition. Is it both of them? I feel like it's almost always Alice who's making a competition of everything. And Alphino complaining about it. Or do I remember that wrong? You're a Lalafell now. Nice. A certified streamer is the entry requirement to have a webcam on. Disembodied voice. I feel like this turns out to be someone we know. But while we don't know who it is, I'll just give it a non-specific voice. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The lightning shard is yours. Who are you? Show yourself at once. What? No dramatic entrance? Is it Nero? Or is it Graha? It was Grahatia. Forgive me, my friend. The scene so reminded me of our first meeting. I couldn't resist. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Caetsu, for bringing me here. Hey, Sildrick, how are you doing? Gilano says, it's a nod to him doing that with you before the Crystal Tower raid. Oh, that's also a really long time ago now. Like, really long. Even for Smol Kai adventure streams like Rewind Replay, that's like... That was before New Year. Like, that was back in 2022, I believe, that we did that. Zeldrick says, fine. And good to hear that. I'm doing well as well. Peter says, gasp! How could he? Andromeda also mentions that they didn't manage to finish P8S because their static disbanded due to drama. That is unfortunately just a reality sometimes of playing with other people, that sometimes you don't agree on things. When I had a static back in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, it also disbanded due to drama in relation to loot, to be specific. We had agreed on like a loot system where we like had like a required like a distribution list. So like you had the priorities of what items you needed from each boss, and then we would distribute them in the order that was most effective for the raid, as in, if the tanks are surviving and the healers are keeping up, then technically giving gear to the DPS that does the most damage will give you more progress faster. And ultimately, some people in the raid team changed their mind on that, and instead of just saying, oh, we can just change back, they went, no, damage has already been done, and we disbanded. Unfortunately. But that's just how it is. You could find a new static. You got a lot of Final Fantasy goods from a convention. Nice. It appears Alisaie had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? A lightning shard that fairly dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Handled with care. I just shoved it in my back pocket. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? I mean, Alisaie, you don't have a cute heart tattoo on your cheek. And also, as Pitu conveniently points out, you don't have a minimap. And someone simply telling you to go somewhere doesn't automatically, psychologically tell you where that is. Automatically. And you're also not wearing a pink raincoat. And you're not wearing glasses. And have you seen this adorable bow that I have, that I've been wearing all this time? I'm sure that also counts for something. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Caetsu, and not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come, we should attend to our mission. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the heavy sphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Interesting choice of words. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sight of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight.
I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphanos was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Sharlayan's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean, the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the elegant civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Valdesian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the works involved, but enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive note. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Boop. Dun 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 dun. Welcome to Windows XP. Meep. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. Proceed as a guest. Please complete biometric authentication. Beep. Verifying. Bloop. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I'm at your most humble service, Your Highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Beep. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. 123456. Well, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice note the password. Right, let's see. Glory be to Alag. Wrong. Long live Emperor Sunday. Beep, boop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. Also not correct. Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance, no they're not, Alice. Password!
when your password guess is so bad that it unleashes an even bigger alarm. It wasn't just password incorrect, it's like password is so incorrect that the system is shutting down. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden.
What did that thing just call me?
Courage! Beep boop. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated.
Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need.
That doesn't work.
Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether.
LSA actually just went with the oh, you can't get your documents out of the computer? Well, what if I just pick apart the entire hard drive? Then we'll find it, surely, right? Without considering the consequences.
I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it is them. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones.
Let me just check the chat. A lot of stuff happened. Peter says Smol Caetsu cosplay stream when I actually considered a long time ago that maybe when I started using camera that I would show up in like you know how my dancer, bard and machinist outfit for Small Dragon Kai is like a white shirt and a pink hoodie. I could do that. I could actually cosplay that. That's possible. I just would need like a white wig. And then, like, we're almost in business, right? But then April 1st forced my hand, and here we are. Also, yeah, of course, the source of Kai's power is the bow. That's why both Small Kai and Small Dragon Kai has a bow in their hair. And Coside says, none of my statics have so far been disbanded due to drama, most of the time from lack of motivation or something. Well, I think the drama often appears from disagreements, like, for example, if some in the party don't want to put as much effort in as others in the party, then either that they disband because they find different, you know, they just find groups that agree with themselves more, which makes sense, or if they stay, then what happens next is drama, because you're going to be arguing about what should be done. Part of the reason why my statting in that case sort of exploded was because the people that complained, they did a little bit more like party finder stuff in addition to what we did in the group, and it was during the time where there was no weekly lockout on the Savage Raid, so if they did more they could get more gear, but they couldn't do more because their gear was slightly weaker, was her argument, which was silly in my opinion, so that's why I didn't really budge in that section, but I did suggest we could just go back to like rolling for gear, right? But then we disbanded. Peter mentioning the Crystal Braves. And Pokeshack is here. I hope you're doing well. Celdric says, can you tell me if Warrior's really no brain, as many people say? It's a good class, right? Warrior is perfectly fine. Warrior does slightly less damage than, typically Warrior is the weakest in damage output of all of the tanks. But the thing is that the difference between the strongest tank and the weakest tank in terms of DPS is so small that you're not going to feel the difference particularly outside of cutting edge, like trying to kill the boss as quickly as possible, there might be a very small difference. But warrior's perfectly fine. The no-brain part that people talk about is that warrior is probably flat out the easiest of the tanks to play in terms of your attack rotation. But even so, there are things, like small things you can optimize, and I do believe I bring all of those things up in my high-level warrior guide. If you need help finding that guide, just let me know. But warrior is great. Original GLaDOS. I think isn't Portal 1 older than Final Fantasy XIV? It is. That's 2007. And Seldrick says for heal, is it easier to heal a warrior than other tanks at level 90? In a raid, no. Because the things that the healers need to heal in a raid are in such a capacity that the main difference is in how the tanks deal with the damage. Ultimately, they're mostly equal. As Matthew says, in Savage, Warrior isn't much easier to heal than other jobs. The key thing about Warrior is that Warrior uniquely has the capacity to heal a lot more immediately after the damage, because Bloodwetting both reduces the damage you take significantly, but also allows you to heal from your weapon skills after the fact. And Equilibrium allows you to heal a lot instantly after as well. Gunbreaker also has some instantaneous healing after taking damage. Paladin has a little bit of a slower recovery, and Dark Knight uses TBN to like block the damage outright. But all four tanks are somewhat equal in power. In terms of defense, they have some specific niches where they're better. Like for instance, if the boss or the boss fight has an excess amount of magic damage, or especially magical tank busters, then Dark Knight has an advantage, because they have, like, imagine you just have an extra rampart that just only works for magic damage, and that's what Dark Knight has. But healing a warrior in a dungeon, like, so in Savage Raid they're mostly all equal, but in dungeons warriors are literally like immortal while Bloodwetting is active. So that's 8 seconds every 25 seconds. You're just completely impervious to damage because you just out-heal it. None of the other tanks have that. That doesn't mean that warrior is trivial to do dungeons as, but it does make it a lot easier, right? Yeah, exactly, Andromeda and Pokeshack. But I actually have said that many times before, is that the original reason why I started using these glasses for all of my glamours was because I found these glasses in game and went, wait a minute, those are nearly identical to my glasses, and then just now I always use them. So it's not actually that I have the glasses to match Kai, it's that Kai has my glasses. They're slightly rounder in game, but it's close enough, right? And yeah, exactly, Matthew. Portal 2 is older than Final Fantasy XIV. Exactly, Pokeshack. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambrose did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way.
Look at him, all but running. How sweet.
Are you making fun of him?
Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we?
The cosplay is halfway done. I suppose it is. Or at least a third. Bookshak says, for Halloween, maybe we can have Kai cosplaying as a small dragon and small dragon Kai with a cosplay of myself. What day of the week is Halloween going to fall on? Is it a Tuesday? Then that probably would be one with small dragon Kai stream. Did you plan this, Bookshak?
Wonderful news, Caetsu. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Ryle? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus, aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict, and so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they've decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Luminsons, in particular, struggle in their efforts, and Alphonse Y'shtola has been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives.
Well, I'll say about a Halloween costume, I'm not creative enough in real life to actually be capable of making such a cosplay. So that would be very difficult. But there's a lot of time, who knows, maybe I can come up with something.
Sid!
Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer.
Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise.
Ha! I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? Well, well, a treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you need to find the password to this Allergan's report. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guessed correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, our Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambrose. It contains an elegant dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ah, short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, my lady. Freedom! I like how the note had the sass to go, ha! Lol, no, that would be too easy on short passwords that are single word when the correct answer was literally a single word. Note, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password? Freedom! Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanisms by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, the soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause the subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects. An endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost.
albeit it. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Alon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I've been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So, not even the Elegants were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet, were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If we could only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation, that is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Though, through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see, the theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you're right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of testing within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? What if it was that he expected a person capable of simulating it? Wait, a password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief! Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh?
see. Kusari says, I think I need to think of what kind of a Halloween glam I should do next. Last year I had a Witch of Isalith glam, and the year before I had a Ghost Yurei glam. Now I'm mixing it up a bit, but there was when I released my original dancer guide before Endwalker, that's a year and a half ago. That was like right around Halloween. So Kai was wearing a Gaston outfit, which my friend Aria named the Kai-ston outfit because it's of course Kai wearing it. And I believe the year after that, I wore a Klee outfit, I think. Which, well, Kai wore a Klee outfit in game. I have not actually dressed up for Halloween for quite a while. But Halloween is also less, it is not as celebrated in Denmark. So that explains it a little bit. Pokeshek says, this explanation, the explanation from the node, reminds me of the explanation of ARR with Minfilia and the immortality of the Asians. Yeah, that one was really funny when they were like using almost like PowerPoint, but in magic form. But the difference here is that there was no logical explanation for why they could explain it like that. Here it's literally a projection. Seldrick says, I will play warrior, and my last question is, a friend wants to play a melee, and Dragoon seems good for him, but Dragoon is hard on endgame, no? So, Dragoon is a little brutal on timing. If you can get the opener right, then your rotation boils down to click the things on cooldown, which isn't that hard for some players. But my advice would be, if you want to play melee and you think Dragoon looks interesting and you want to play Dragoon, you'll learn it. You'll get there. If you want to play melee, but you don't actually care which melee to play, then playing an easier one might be better. And to that end, my advice is, either you should play Reaper. In my opinion, Reaper is very easy, but it starts at level 70. If you intend to do that, start as Dragoon, so start as Lancer, play Dragoon, reach level 70, and then switch to Reaper. The reasoning being that Dragoon and Reaper wears the same gear, so you can literally just switch over. The only thing you need is going to be a new weapon. If you don't want to play Reaper, my second suggestion is Samurai. Samurai is really hard to play perfectly, but Samurai is very easy to learn. Like, the entry level difficulty is quite easy, and it is very it's very fun to play, in my opinion. So that would be my advice. Either start as Lancer and then play up and become Reaper, or get to Samurai. With Samurai, you would want to start as Monk to have like gear you can use, but Monk is very hard, so maybe it's better to just play Dragoon and then just cut your losses. By level 50, the gear that Samurai starts with, so the armor that you wouldn't be able to reapply from Dragoon, that would be replaced with Samurai starter set that is decent. That's my advice. Thank you for checking in, Peter. I hope you have a great evening, or I think it's great evening, right? Right. Well, Grahatia and I configured the terminals. I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better.
Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventures and go on a gathering spree.
In that case, I'll trust Caetsu and Alice with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Skysteel manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what we need.
Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan.
That is a good point, Kwasari. The accessories, like the important bit, is that you play a melee job that uses strength equipment, because then you can reuse most of the same equipment, and the equipment that is the same is good enough. Like if you, let's say you start as Dragoon or Monk, doesn't even matter, you reach level 50, switch to Samurai, and that's when you realize, when you reach around level 70 or something, that you don't actually like Samurai, and now you want to give Reaper a shot. Reaper also comes with a starting armor set and weapon, so as long as your accessories, so this part of your equipment, is up to date, which it will be, it's fine, it's good enough, you're not going to be lacking anything. So the key thing is, if you want to play melee, and namely not ninja melee specifically, then simply playing anything that is a melee DPS that uses strength is going to be fine. In fact, in the first many levels of the game, you might even be able to like reuse tanking equipment in some capacity, because back in A Realm Reborn, they were just in some capacity all collected in the Disciple of War. Sometimes. You stand in the Sky Steel Manufactory. What is it you require? Issued by Garland Ironworks, this promissory note is intended for the purchase of the quantity of ceruleum specified thereupon. So you are after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. I would also like to mention as a little extra on the warrior thing, and I do mention this in both my warrior guides and also in my guide on what job you want to start as, like your first job, that warrior is actually not easy for like the first many levels. Like the easy part of the attack rotation is at level 70 that you unlock that. And the thing that makes warrior incredibly overpowered defensively is something you learn at level 56. So at level 1 to 55, the rotation is not simple, and your defenses aren't overpowered in any capacity. And then at level 56 to 69, nice, your defense is solved, but that just gives you more space mentally to deal with the fact that your rotation is still complicated. And then you reach level 70, and then it just goes, oh yeah, all that resource stockpiling you had to learn, yeah, throw it out. Just throw it out the window. No one cares, you don't need this anymore. Ceruleum, you've come to the right man. Fair warning though, the price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem, it's as good as gold to me. How convenient.
My friend, after the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, Be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Based Emmerich. We have friends in high places. Hey, Soul Silver.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
Hey, Lingstar. How are you doing?
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Oh.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
It's the Lala sleeping corner. And Alizé.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There. I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Alright, Captain Photographic Memory.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
The amount of sass of Nero, that's true. He had, like, the thing is that he is very smart. He's just slightly sassier than that. So he just will always do that. But I do think it's good that he sometimes get it thrown back at him, like when Sid said, yeah, I'll do 1/10 of the work. That 1/10 that you aren't capable of doing. That is like a good counter. And hey Tracy, I hope you're doing well. And Lynkstar said I'm good, that's good to hear. And Pokeshack says, it's like with White Mage. Warrior and White Mage become what people say about them at a certain level, which is more or less from Heavensward onwards. That's sort of true. With Warrior, I do believe that, like exactly as you say, it's somewhere in Heavensward that they become nearly immortal. And it's after Stormblood that the Brain Dead rotation becomes a thing. Because of inner release. So that sort of makes sense. But I don't know with White Mage. I feel like, well, I suppose the lilies do play a huge part in making White Mage somewhat easy to play. Where, because you get the lilies later, you could argue that Scholar would be easier once you have Ether Flow. And Pokeshack says, remember he was an archer before, and he says he has a lot of problems learning magic, and now he has photographic memory. Maybe it's elegant technology? Maybe maybe while he spent all that time in the Crystal Tower waiting 100 years for us to come around, he spent a lot of time learning memorization techniques. He really mastered that, that thing where you memorize something by imagining yourself walking through your house or something like that. He's just really good at that. Or he has the Mind Palace technique that Quasari mentioned, just like Brandyhild. If you're not sure what that is, I did stream me doing the most recent Hildebrand story, which features Brandyhild, the super genius. Sassy lost Nero. Could you imagine that as like a spin-off story? Nero and the sassy lost child. That's Smol Kai.
At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate, we cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I'm quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough.
Indeed we have. We've kept him waiting for like 2 expansions.
Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our hosts bring Gabu to us at once.
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
Oh.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
I will see if you don't. You will bring Gabu back and Gabu will not be back. So I will actually see if you don't, Alice.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Which reminds me, now that they've been very clear to repeatedly mention that it's not somewhere where the Allagans could not go, it's somewhere where the Allagans chose not to go. They did not go. I wonder if Nero would be as interested in assisting with this if he knew this, because I'm pretty sure he didn't specify this. Like, he knew that, yeah, they didn't go there, they didn't try to do this, but maybe he wasn't told that the reason for that was that they just didn't want to. Not that they couldn't, but just that they literally could not be bothered. Maybe that would make a difference for him. Oh, they thought this was such a useless thing to do that they didn't bother?
Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. I love hanging out near a whole bunch of eggs. I've eaten all the eggs.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is. Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether, and while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
And her name is Master Matoya.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Discussing the execution of your plans. That only works around a whole bunch of eggs. Matthew says, has your stola seen the stream title? Huh, let's see here. Matoya's Relict. Oh yeah, speaking of which, that of course means that this following quest will be the one where we go to Matoya's Relict, so I think there's a bit more lead up to this one. But if you are on a European data center and you would like to join me for it, you're very, very welcome to do so. You just have to be on the Alpha Light, the World Alpha Light on the World Alpha on the Light data center. And just let me know that you would like to join. And then you will be coming along. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first, but this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for a cave. Oh, this, if I remember correctly, this is going to be extremely inconvenient. Yep. Still no flying. Bruh. I just want to point out that basically all post-game quests from like most of Stormblood and onward I have always done with flying. But since Smol Kai, that has not really been a thing, given that I don't take the time to run around and do the side quests to get the remaining ether currents. And apparently we don't even have all of the ether currents in this area in the first place. Yeah, there's still a little bit of time before Matoya's Relict is actually unlocked still. We have plenty of time to think about whether you want to join. I'll just mention it because I know it is this quest. Then I'll ask again when we actually have the dungeon. How long has it been since we were only 6 levels ahead of our quest? I'm sure that was back in A Realm Reborn, but I wonder if it was... I'm pretty sure it was before we even got to, like, Ifrit. I take it you're ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, We owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
You should probably not have mentioned that last bit, Alphino. You should probably have kept that bit out.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
I don't know what's happening with this patch specifically, but we started by trying to log into basically a computer. Then we hack a computer. Then we simulate something to get the correct answer within a record time. A bit like using a lot of computers. And then we need like a specific instance of something, but we need a lot of them. So instead of just making a lot of them, we make a tool that can make them so that we can automatically make a lot of them. Which is something that is quite reminiscent of something you would do on a computer. Did the developers like overheat and like spill over onto the story writers, or what happened this patch? Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there.
That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it.
Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars, and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help.
Fine, we'll do it.
Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. Oh boy. Where's that? I think it's faster to go back to Idleshire. Pokeshack says, I love the relationship between Master Matoya and Master Matoya too. Yeah. I think a lot of the sass that Master Matoya gives Y'shtola specifically is a sign of how well they know each other. Master Matoya doesn't give anyone nearly as much sass as she gives Y'shtola, and Y'shtola typically doesn't seem to mind. She just responds in kind. Now I'm pretty sure after this conversation the dungeon opens, so if you want to come along, this is probably the last queue for you to make your way. Oh, Coco's there. Oh, that reminds me, Gilano, you wanted a Smol Kai hug. You have to make your way to this data center to get that. And there's Matthew. Yeah, you need one. Surely you need one. Well, it is optional. You don't have to come and get it now. We'll get around to it eventually when you have time. So Matthew, do you want to come along for Matoya's Relict? I'm guessing Coco doesn't have it unlocked yet. No. Oh, and Kwasari is there. Well, I'll make my way down to the. Oh, can I join you? Thank you.
Greetings, and welcome to my good mistress's Relict. Puroroko is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to making of familiars, along with a cabin wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not placed oaths to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it you do not lose your way. Now then, only say the word, and I will show you in.
Well, I believe Gilano was on the way here. I'll wait with queuing for that at the very least. It's funny, I remember that this particular dungeon is like shockingly easy. For some reason, all of the optional ads, like optional, all of the trash packs are weirdly undertuned in a way. Gilano says, I can also help with the dungeon. Oh, that's awesome. That would be wonderful. Are you on Alpha? Matthew says, this was one of the dungeons when I first started doing experts. Oh. When I first started doing experts back in Stormblood, the equivalent at the time, I think I was at max level early enough that there wasn't really that, but I'm not even sure. No, that isn't right. I remember doing Drowned City of Scala a lot. There's Ardell. No, you got a hawk. And we have a full light party. Is this the first time we've had a full light party for Smol Caetsu streams? For a dungeon? Was that? I don't think we've had that before. Coco, be careful. Be careful, you're level 18. We had it for Grand Cosmos. Oh yeah, that's right. That is correct. We just saw a glimpse of Sib, I think, just as we went. I did ask him for help, as I always do. I mention it when we're about to get to a dungeon, but he also wanted to help Coco with something. So he said that he didn't necessarily want the seed.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
We even have 4 different races in our lineup. Remember tank stands? But it is funny. I specifically remember that this dungeon is one of the easiest ones on the big wall-to-wall pulls, simply because the enemies don't hit that hard for some reason. Not, well, in comparison to other dungeons, of course. Which, if this was like one of your first ones, could absolutely trick you into thinking that expert roulettes were a lot easier than they are on average. That's not to say that expert roulette dungeons are difficult, but, you know, as I always say, content isn't easy. It's just that with all the experience that we players get as we make our way all the way through the main quest, the hard stuff isn't that hard. For some players. I specifically remember that I discovered that this first boss has a stack marker like weeks later when a friend mentioned it when they were in a group that weren't really strong on damage. Facade says wait. Facade says wait. Let us know, Kasadi. Yeah, this first boss has a stack marker. It happens like way into the fight. And Matthew says, I didn't realize until very recently that Ziggy is a Spriggan. Oh yeah. That one, the big rock, was called something with Ziggy's son or something like that, right? That's because the dungeon in Heaven's Ward, I believe it's the Anti-Tower, has a similar mob just as a boss. Yeah. Oh man. Oh boy. That is a hard one to aim sometimes. But yeah, I believe the stack marker happens like a good 30 seconds after the typical time where your average group finishes the fight. So most groups will not really see it. This one is particularly mean to... Oh, wait a minute. This might work. It sort of worked. I think this is like a pretty good average time. You didn't see any stack marker, but I think like the next mechanic or the mechanic after that, I'm pretty sure that's a stack marker. I'm pretty sure. I know that it has one. But it's so long. You need to take a look on your own. You could probably do that. I'm pretty sure you can solo this dungeon. So you could do that. Just go in and hang out with the boss until things start happening. Oh, I wasn't really expecting to manage to fire off everything, but we kind of got it. Got 2 Nastrons we didn't get to use though. Ow, my knees. It's really interesting that there are like that in dungeons, fall damage just doesn't exist. It's a little funny detail. And now I know this might be an obvious detail, but a fun fact is that you cannot die to fall damage if you're not in combat. You might have done, and you might have experienced at some point being extremely lucky and surviving with 1 HP after falling a long distance down. The likely scenario is that you weren't in combat. It's pretty funny how that works. And I think if you could die from fall damage, there would be a lot more random deaths out in the world. Hey Alif, how are you doing? You just finished the Stormblood raids. So you're here now. How did Mathman go? Did you get all of his questions right? Did you remember what a prime is? That's usually what really gets people. When he goes, set your health equal to a prime. Oh, nice. That is really good for uptime. The only better one would be if it was exactly on the road that the boss was standing at already. A Nixie. Ow. We are actually a full pre-made, Alif. We have Kasari and me, Matthew and Gelano. We actually had the situation that Sip was here, ready to party as well, and he instead went and helped Coco with something, as far as I know. So we were actually 6 people hanging out. LSD cave time. Oh man. This reminds me of the Hell's Lid dungeon. Just that, yeah, as Krasari said, it's as if you did Hell's Lid, but you got a little something to prepare yourself for said journey. Yeah, that sounds right, Alif. It was near raves. I don't know if they actually went. I saw Sip and Coco hang out outside. It is a great joke, Kosari. I believe, if I remember correctly, I actually described this area to my friends back when I did this dungeon the first time, and it's not far off from what I said when I explained it to them. It's like, okay, so imagine Hell's Lid. You know Hell's Lid? Yeah? Yeah, so imagine that you're high. Or maybe perhaps imagine that a child painted it. That one works too, right? Imagine that Smol Kai painted it. I always, when I've tanked this ad, I always just stand right up in its face because it makes it way easier to dodge its frontal cone. It's like, it's such a minor detail, it's not something that changes anything at all. Yeah, that's also the trick that you can actually skip and save a couple seconds by returning here. Because you just need to go back to the beginning anyway. But it doesn't save you much time if not everyone is doing it.
Right then, let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Mother Porksy. Gilano says there are Final Fantasy 14 1 sprites on the walls. What? Where? Huh? Oh yeah! Yeah, I see it. There's the monk, there's the white mage, the warrior, the black mage, and is that the thief? And there's the monk again. We ran out of sprites, I guess. Monk is there twice. Because reasons. Tenderloin. Ow. Wow, that's actually really hard. I'll check it again and zoom in closer after the boss. We'll take another look after the boss, Ali. Don't worry about it. It was just I could see it from the stairs before the boss fight started. No! My damage! All this random downtime! Grr. It's a really nice fight. I think that mechanic, that intermission where you have to run away, is very interesting. I do think, however, that it is a bit of a shame that you aren't even allowed to attack it while this intermission is happening. It would be more interesting if ranged jobs were allowed to keep attacking. I'm going to pass the minion. I'm sure that I'm not the only person that would want it, and this is an ult. I don't need it. You can see there. There's the monk from Final Fantasy 1. Thank you for letting us know, Gilano, by the way, about this little Easter egg. We have the monk. And congratulations to Gilano on the minion. And then there's the white mage over there. And then over here we have the warrior. And of course they look a little bland because there's not really any color to their design. So it's really basic, but you can really see it on just like the style. You can see the black mage there. And the hardest one is probably this one. I'm pretty sure that's the thief. I feel like the hair color's wrong, but I don't remember it that well, so that might be the reason. And then there's the monk again. You can see the monk there. The monk there. Ah, yes, the tank limit break. That's what we needed. Now we're powerful. Right. Very interesting. And thank you everyone for coming along for the dungeon. Thank you so much.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Wink.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother Porksy with additional ether.
It's a printer!
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the Porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Alif asks, I have this question about this. Why didn't we give him our ether too? Don't we have plenty? That is an interesting question. I think there's two potential answers to that. The first one is that Y'shtola claims that we took the lead with gathering the ingredients, which is not true if she helped us with the dungeon. The other one is two things actually. The first one is that, well, we discovered previously that Grahatia was perfectly capable of casting the spell with just the help of 2. And I suppose Alphino and Alice concluded that they were sufficient. No reason to tap 3 people, right? Although, arguably, if 3 people had assisted instead of just 2, I suppose all 4 of us would be less exhausted. So that's a little bit silly, especially when we remember that supposedly the player character has way more ether than the rest of the Scions. I believe that comes up every now and then. I think, and this is where the second part comes in, I think the reason for that, then, the reason why we still don't help is, it's a good idea if one of us are combat ready while everyone else is just doing their science with the ether. And who would be better suited to defend everyone else but the Warrior of Light? And I think that's the answer. You could argue that it is also a way to save them from explaining in case your character doesn't happen to be a job that would be very savvy with magic. But that's completely besides the point. This is about transferring ether, not mana or something like that. So that shouldn't be necessary. I hope that sort of at least explores your question a little bit, Alif. I think that the best and the closest we can get to an answer is, well, someone needs to defend the group. That's my best answer.
Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. There's peas in a pot, are they not?
Exactly, Vasadi. There is a stack. It's so far in. I remember when that friend of mine, they were doing the dungeon for the first time, and they mentioned, oh man, that stack does so much damage, and I was sitting there like, the what? The what? And of course, they go into the dungeon, and the group they're given is, like, not strong. So they had a really bad time.
Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience.
To Limsa. I think it's fun when you get to see a fight like go a little further than usual. You get to see like some mechanics you might never have seen before, for example.
Why, Caetsu, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, she is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she will make an exception. Follow me.
My friends, what brings you here this day? And then Alphino spoke, but no words came out. Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible.
And yet it is, Admiral. We've done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun.
You have my thanks. Truly, this will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet, I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beast man. Man? Man? And beast man! Ah, even to speak thus divides us. Indeed, Melvip. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. 'Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Luminses have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the Kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. Speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds. We had intended to seek an audience with the prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfir, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sickard, but recently risen. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sickard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever the Sickard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. This is another one of those quests where it feels so random that we just go and do that. But it does make sense, but it just feels so random. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sickard. If you could approach the pirates, Caetsu, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. You go and do the dangerous part. Perfect. I was just about to get worried. You see, where I'm from, there's always like a few Lalafels standing on this corner. But as you can see, this tradition is kept very truthfully, correctly here as well, with 2 Lalafels. It does. I feel like Alpha is Limsa Plaza is more active. They've claimed this spot across the multiverse. Indeed, Gilano. It's the Lalafell spot. Curious about Secret, are you? As am I, my friend. As am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Guardian vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the sea since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Thank you for doing the research, Alif. The Lalafell corner. I think it's adorable. Anyway, back to Limsa music. You want to know about Sickert? It's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Minsgate's place at old Philfier's side. There's a time we raised the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet, but the Guardians are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumped up Billy Rat Sickert landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we science are strong in mind. We do well enough garden fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for our trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass our sisters, as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded or with child, and they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. Alphino, could you maybe have picked a spot closer to an ether shard? Mayhaps? Potentially? Just a little bit? Maybe? No? You do know that the Warrior of Light's legs are very short, right? I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sickert turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at, according to a tavern keeper I spoke to.
The crew had been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they're coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioner's band began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the Beast Tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever worsening relations between the Beast Tribes and the Thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the Kobolds and Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Oh yeah? Provisions, you say? During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Nimsalomensa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Ocean's Embrace in Lower Lanacea shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Look, a Lalafell. A Lalafell sprout. A Popoto sprout, one might say. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. It's a Lalafell. Wait. If he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Caetsu's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Gra's right, and even if you aren't recognized from sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel. But very well, I leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler? And he looks at me. Are you serious, Grazia? Are you for real right now? Are you the underbelly black market merchant? That I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want the crystals for? Don't look at us, you idiot! You'll give yourself away! Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I'm indeed a weaponsmith, and I use not but the finest materials. I bet you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that that's no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. That is ridiculous. Hi, are you the black market seller that is trying to hide away? I'm totally not suspicious. They went into that tunnel quietly now. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Okoboro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Okomoro, taken from the cobbles, just as we suspected. Hello. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I'm Sickert, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, science. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You're bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the couples, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business.
Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Her, especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamaru and battered bleeding Titan himself. Raised a buck to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bid for Limsa and went after him. But with the Guardians gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the Beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue, the Astalicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. Such spooky music.
The search for Sickert.
I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out that I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sickert has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa Lominsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Indeed, let us do that. Back to the rooms just down the street. Even though it isn't that much further, it always feels like it's the longest trip of all the three cities. Like for Uldar, you have to use an ether shard. Is that a? That is an arcanist. Look at that. I like their glasses.
Caetsu, your companions have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them?
No. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery, and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sickert's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs out upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the scions present to bear witness.
Look who's come crawling! Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sickard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take! Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place. Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Werlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Aminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want.
But master, if we're not pirates, then what are we? You're idiots. You're an idiot, Sekhet.
We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Kevin says, that is why Charlene has the best city layout. Now, if only Well, if I remember correctly, you actually have to run quite far to get to like the big building where they make all of their decisions, or when you have to get to the library. The only exception is when you have to get to the Baldessians, where it's like just a building around the corner. But for general traversal, Charlene is very nice. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. 'Twould have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Gilano also mentions there's more info. Gilano says there's more info on Melvip's gun's history, so Annihilator, background and trials to lead the pirates in the Tales from the Twilights, her father's daughter. Short story. And yeah, that's true. On the Lodestone there's a whole bunch of short stories. It might be a little difficult to find, but I did actually do a reading of one of the short stories on this channel. But I didn't continue to make them because there was not that huge of an interest in them, and it took a lot of effort for me to make them. So, but if you want to see an example, this is one of them. But yeah, on the Lodestone website, there's a whole bunch of short stories you can read about, and one of them at least covers something about Melvip's gun. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the couples, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there's something you should know. Some 50 years passed, when the Sahagin swarmed at our halls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the couples. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land, an ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lanosea, which the couples believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every Ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the couples would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them, and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye. And given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the couple's side would jeopardize our chances at peace. And there my venture founders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm.
The artifact Misbit used to take goods and not life? Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So friends, what do you think? What think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alizé would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. You could do something else. You could do something else. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest, or die trying. I believe in you, Alizé.
You can do it! Trust in me that trusts in you.
And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe.
It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. Alright, I will be right back and then we continue. Alright, I'm back. Camp Overlook it is. I seem to remember that this solo duty that is coming up is quite difficult. Or at least feels that way.
Alphinaud wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us, and focus on your own task.
Thank you, Delano.
Indeed, and should you want for either, you need only say the word. Gabu, did you follow us here?
There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say,
Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the couples suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zadar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you're ready, let us proceed to the Ugamaro mines at once. We will go. The Warrior of Light can figure out her own way there. Oh, we're getting close to being 7 levels ahead of the main quest again. Ooh. Can we use this way? We cannot. We have to take the long way round. This aetherite will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain until Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them, and let Ainsar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. If you say so.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Gilano says objective 5.5 dungeons a night? Seems very far. We'll see how far we can get. It is very distant right now. But we'll see how far we can get. But the main target is to finish the Shadowbringers story either tonight or next week. That is the main objective.
You're in my sights.
But it is quite far, because we haven't even started 5.5 yet. And the 5.5 dungeon is in the last bit of it, so it's probably next week.
Oh, just what we need. You're not alone.
I think this is a bad idea, but oh. I thought that was going to hurt a lot more. That is extremely convenient. Grahatia, who has cover, but is also ranged. That is incredible.
Here you are, Alize.
More things! Oh boy. Can I kill this? No. No chance.
Just a little more.
Bruh. Like when you see the mechanic and you go, yeah, that's not happening. Uh-oh. Oh, he used Holmgang. Super Holmgang. Oh, but they're missing just one person. We should have seen this coming. Uh-oh. She brought 2 guns, by the way. Oh. All the cooldowns. Oh. That reminds me of a mechanic from Stigmascape. That'll work. That'll be fine. Oh. Anyway.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela.
Did it work?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Run away!
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt, and any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Laminsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it.
To be fair, in the situation they are in, the Patriarch is cornered with an army, with a small army of people all armed, and the Patriarch is not. So giving him a weapon does at least try to balance the situation a bit.
A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Joseph asks, do you play monk? Sometimes. Sometimes I play monk. Right now we're playing dragoon, but sometimes I play monk. I know how to play monk to the level that I can teach someone how to play monk. But I'm not like the best monk player in the game. Not close. Is there a specific reason that you ask? would seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest, but reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead, I would say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Lim Salominsa, but all Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
What in the world is that?
Oh dear.
A tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
Garlean construction, are you sure?
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
These patches are getting longer and longer. Well, not really. Not entirely. The last one was even longer still.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger preserved!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here. Good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck. Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Tracy comes in with a punch. I don't have that option, unfortunately. I was just hoping. The towers, what are they for? Can I punch you? Is that an option?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
I want some of the poses that Fandaniel does as emotes. Those are amazing.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die!
Oh.
And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Oh. Oh, well that sounds reasonable.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you.
No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Melwood tells me, you'll do some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest.
Oh.
Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate, and take care, both of you.
Pokechak says, the next dungeon I only did one time and I don't remember anything about that dungeon. Oh man, I did that dungeon a lot of times due to expert roulette. It's a good dungeon. But it has some interesting pack placements for pulls. Let me say that much.
Ah, you're back. You're back too. Good. We've received the reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account? No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes, this Van Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron.
It does. Which is incredible.
Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the descriptions I've seen of the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Van Daniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Uldar and delivered the porksies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amaljar when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amaljar claim that a number of their kin have been abducted and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Van Daniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they've been sighted as far afield as Yangsha. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant, and since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Estinian? No, just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lands, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. Hehe, you let me and Kryl worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. True. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless, so if there are no objections, we shall depart at once.
How have you learned this power, Kryl and Tataru? I'm sure there are some players that wish to know how to sniff out Estinian, like that.
Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the Porxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long.
Nope. It was ever the way. The world often needs saving. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? That's a really good one.
Come now, I didn't say that. While it may not be the most carefree experience, there's nothing in this world I would rather do than write a new future with you.
A long future, mind. Whatever the Itelophori might hope. We'll stop them, won't we? Together.
A homing device, that might be.
Do we get a meanwhile?
We get a meanwhile.
Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks.
Scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be.
Glory be to Garibald!
Zombies!
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
In other news,
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chance to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Oh. That was a good sword, though. Pokejack says the Empire eats his brain? Well, you could say that. Andre, please. The mimics of Fandaniel are fabulous. The mimics of Fandaniel are incredible and very entertaining. I'm telling you, I want emotes that just use some of them in some way. I'm not sure how it would be done, but I want to see it. I'll be right back real quick. I have run out of water. Alright, I'm back, and we can continue. I don't think we'll be able to finish 5.5 in this stream, but we'll see how far we get, right? And yeah, the dungeon, of course, is Packlethan. The thing that makes it very interesting, which I can just mention now with the packs, is that from the start to the first boss, there are like multiple opportunities to pull more that requires you to do something specific. I believe there's one point where if you just wait or move in a specific way, the path ahead will break so that you can push on. But the pack you pulled in the first place includes one ranged enemy, which causes positioning to be awkward. And if you keep pulling, the following pack you can stack it with will also have a ranged mob, which means that you will have to, as a tank, you will either have to just deal with it, or you have to pull everything further than you'd normally do, and then make the two mages stack so that you can move everything on top of the mages and cleave everything, which makes the pull very awkward. Between the first and the second boss, it's more a matter of the packs being weirdly small and you getting a lot of help. And then from the second to the third boss, the weird part is that you can only pull one pack-ish, and then you can pull what feels like 3 packs, and those 3 packs are really strong. So it makes it very scary. It's not uncommon for tanks to use a lot of defensive cooldowns on that last pull, depending on the healer's performance as well, of course.
Good news, Caetsu. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh?
Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for timbering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Graha and Caetsu, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Rauban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working their day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed. Or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rauban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kryl, we need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Nods of approval. The Magitech Deathclaw. Now let's see if I remember how to find my way to that center area. That's a very pink person. She looks nice. I think she's on the melee DPS role quest of Endwalker. I think that happens around here. Or is that the healer one? I don't know. Her gear suggested she had done the current alliance raid. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band, says someone. Arenwald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Linkpill, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Ellison are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreeder towered over me nonetheless.
Arenwald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here?
Oh, for Dola, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out.
Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers?
What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright?
If Fordola is going with him, that must mean...
My apologies. As Arenwald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. That's a big meeting.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our
our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task.
I clicked too soon. I will read that in just a moment.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
Let me just read up that line that I accidentally skipped early. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice. Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that's out in the open. I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino for that matter.
He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Onto the breach. What's the next quest? Here be dragons. Here do be dragons. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Caetsu can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well, let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Zoom. Hey, Lucia. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in L'Alamigo, so gather you have not come in search of him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Well, that was easy. Just that one spot, huh? You guys, we'll take the open spaces. You guys take the nooks and crannies. What I mean to say is, you check like, I don't know, one place. That'll be good enough, right? That was pretty funny. It looked like that here, like their head turned as they passed me, like, huh. Oh, this cutscene.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Hello, Greens.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Exactly the same. It's so good.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. I think actually this one is better. Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had.
Huh, good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Aziz La.
Aziz La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Aziz La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azizlar together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Why you have to be mad? It's a natural mistake, Alice.
Ugh. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
It's been quite some time since I last set foot in Asus lab, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Caetsu is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face.
Hi. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Solomon was there to introduce me. Ah yes, you were a friend of her father. Yeah. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she had yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now.
I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut.
Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her.
That's nice.
Tiamat awaits. This way.
Tiamat.
Dun 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 dun. Hey, Tiamat.
My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Come on. You tell her. You do it. I don't want to do it. You do it.
Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Elegant's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Asian. There can be no other explanation.
Accursed Asians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Tracy says, yep, she is pissed. Well, there's nothing quite like the rage of a pissed off mother, is there? Estinian didn't exactly soften his words in any capacity. While poxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints, only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes. We can. We can indeed. The Elegants kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Smol Caetsu here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I'm both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it, the Aethochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Convenient. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urianje, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference, not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. So I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed. We'll take good care of it. To the flagship then. To the flagship. The only zone not in a realm reborn that I can fly in, because due to story-based requirements, because you cannot traverse most of Azizla without flying, we need it. But that's mostly because the game hands it to you almost freely. Nice mana carders. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Obstreperous node. It's an egg. Data link with data delta quadrant broken. Possible cause intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Malodorous node. Zzz. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Bzzzt. Oh. Is the last one in the building? Under here? Where's the last one? There it is. Clamorous node. Beep boop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in -2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. That sounds convenient. Sort of. Maybe. A little bit.
I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for efforts. Did you find anything?
I did. A note which smelled like burnt hair. Yes, a chirping note which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I, found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. No. I think the one with the dragon restraints is most helpful. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so. Suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel.
I dare say it is indeed the note of which Grass spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look.
Back to that note, then. Beep. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms?
Yes.
Beep. Boop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family.
Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps?
One never knows when a small portion of royal elegant blood might come in handy, which is why Gratia keeps this vessel about his person. Beep. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Boop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Heh, I can introduce one of them. Introduce me. Beep. Welcome, Caetsu Chaiji. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Beep. Boop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? We need to put an internet cable in the node and then click update. Hopefully we have a lot of download in this area, and if we don't, maybe we'll have to suffice with Wi-Fi. That is not going to help us much either. It's going to take ages probably. I'm sure the update will be humongous. I'm guessing that it's like 2,000 years of updates that it needs to get pushed. What is it suggesting? Smash it. I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Boop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Boop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Boop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. With the pace we're going, we might actually... Wait. we might actually be able to make it to Packlefan tonight. It's not that far away now. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42002, of course. Beep boop. Warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update. 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Boop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. That's fair. That makes sense. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much, as long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies. I dare say we shall all be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via Link Pearl once I'm ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so, I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. That's true. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Punch! Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Yeah, we want to punch him, then we can see to maybe understanding him. But first, big punch. Well, small punch, because it is a small Lalafell delivering said punch. Presents. It also feels so long ago that we got this mount. Back around Christmas. Or whatever the event is called in Final Fantasy XIV, I can't actually remember. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance.
I thought the whole point was that you could give the ether to the Porksy. Why does Alice need to have it first?
Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffering by the kobolds.
Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference?
Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints ethereal dampers.
Alphino, turn off the ethereal dampy thingies. Was that right? I think that was it.
I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul does begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alec. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Caetsu, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past.
Quick, Tiamat! Tell me a story.
Tell me of Bahamut and the Asians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved, would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Asians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alec first came onto Mericidia, onto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest. Kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Rarusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet, as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to cover the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until, one day, they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. The men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Asians. The rest thou knowest only too well.
You good?
But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Asians together, and you and your beloved will have justice.
Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alizé. The magic is working.
Hoakshank says, sadly I couldn't play when they gave that mount. It's fine. It's not like you need the mount. Like my main, I don't think I've used it ever since we got it. So it depends on whether you want it, like how much you care about you not getting it, right? But it's not that special in my opinion, so you didn't lose out on much. Although I do understand it sucks a bit.
While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it, and while I've only got a few more drops of aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. All right, here I go.
No! I'm almost there!
This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I can feel it. The icon script grows weak.
Did it work? We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement I rise.
By the gods!
She big.
Urianger, your timing could not be better.
I just noticed now, this is an excellent detail. He is like, if you're a Lalafell, you're holding your finger up to your ear like this. But if you're a Mikote, you're of course holding your ear up to like here, because that your finger up to your ear, because that's where your ear is. That's a good detail.
Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Imagine if she didn't fly so that he could land on her. He just threw himself off Asus La with nothing to land on.
While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. And we're here, apparently. Let me just check the chat real quick. Pokeshack says, I like the mounts and I want to try to collect all mounts I can, but it's not something too special. It's more like you say, oh no! Anyway, one way you can view it is that I think a lot of mount collectors tend to not count store mounts. And event mounts typically will appear in the store eventually down the line. But they will appear in the store, so if you don't get the mount, then it's a store mount. And the people that did get it just got a really nice, like, freebie version of it. But it's technically a store mount, right? Yeah, Tiamat is very pretty. And Gelano suggests checking the Link Pearl emote on Ellison. That is a good point. Oh, and also, Dragoon still takes fall damage. Ninja is the job that takes less fall damage. They still take most of the fall damage. It's quite pointless of a trait. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telophoroi have other plans. Pagalthan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarupin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It's good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amaljar. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Someone says. Nice stash. Your Grace. Marshal Tarupin has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagalthan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amaljar show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Asian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Caetsu and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. Oh, that's what you meant, Pokeshack. That's true.
I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as Her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordola are in Pagelthan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. It also sounds like you're getting close to finishing the long journey of leveling all jobs to max level, Oakshack. I think I'm feeling that we're getting to an interesting point in the stream, because on one hand we can just barely manage to fit the dungeon. On the other hand, maybe it would be better to start with that next time, because I do believe the story that happens after is quite long.
Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for Pagelthan at once.
Pagelthan now accessible.
Say, I'll be right back, and then I'll figure out what I do.
Alright, I'm back. I think what we're going to do is that we're going to save Pagelthan for next week. That means that we both have the dungeon and the entirety of the final patch, and there's also like one more quest after this one to finish the this current patch. So there is a lot of stuff. Remember, as I said near the start of the stream, the final quest of Shadowbringers has like a 45 or 30 minutes to 45 minute solo duty. So that alone is quite a long time.
And if we finish everything early, that means that we have time to properly clean up this situation, and we have a little bit of time to do some Smol Caetsu side quests instead, so that we can start properly on the on Endwalker the week after. There was no chance that we would finish the story tonight, so I think it's not a bad idea to keep the dungeon for next week. Now, that doesn't mean that the stream is completely over, but it does mean that I will be... Oh, there's Matthew. I'm sorry if you came and waited specifically for the dungeon only for me to not do it. But yeah, that means that we're instead in the part of the stream where we're rounding up things. Which means if there's anything you guys would like to talk about or ask about, this is a great time to do it. Because the only thing I have left is I need some screenshots. Is there a place that would be good to get a clip, to get a glimpse of, like, where is Packelthan? Can we see that specific tower? East Thanalan. We could try that. South. We were actually... the first tower was something we saw over here. Would we be able to see the tower is my question. Would we be able to see the tower? Or should we just make do with the tower we can see here? Or is that the same tower? It could be the same tower if we can even see it. I'll go over and check. And then we take a picture of that if we can. And then in lore, the tower is next to the base of the Amalja. Well, even in southern Thanalan, we cannot reach Packelthan specifically. So logically, we would not be able to see it like straight on. The question is whether we can get a picture of a tower. That would be close enough for me. But I wonder if we can even see that. As far as I can tell, it looks like... wasn't it around here that we were supposed to have seen them? I thought that was it. Or maybe it was down here. I'm not sure. I'll take a look around. For once, we have the time. Ah! Oh, there it is. Where would we find a tower? Where would we find it? The tower we see is in Outer Lanacea. Oh yeah, that's true. My bad. That makes perfect sense given we were there with Melvib. Can we land here? We cannot. Where can we land? Where we can also reasonably see the tower. Can we land here? Yes, we can. This works. What? Why was that noted as a new emote? We have used that. Mama Kai attack. It's time to take some pictures. You know, what's funny is that it was still stuck on the light section here because I was adjusting lights when I was taking pictures earlier today. But that was not of Smol Caetsu, so it just kept that over, it looked like. Like it just brought it with it. It's very bright already. I wonder if this is just good enough. I feel like any lights I add is too much. You have the sun in your back. Yeah, well... if only I could move the sun. The only way we can move the sun is if we wait like 30 minutes. That is a little bit... little awkward if we do that, don't you think? Maybe. That's fine. And since we're doing stuff in Uldar, that conveniently means that we go to the Uldar Inn. I just want to say, because I did see it, I do appreciate, Matthew, that you took the time, like they literally stood ready to join for the dungeon. I'm sorry that that you came for nothing. Hopefully you're available when we do it next week. But I do appreciate it. Pokeshack says you finished your level 80 optional quest for Dragoon yet? No, I haven't. But I feel like that's sort of like a side quest, and I don't feel like I think it might be longer than 30 minutes, I'm not sure, so maybe we'll have to do that one next week as well. Don't worry, just because I have taken the pictures that I need doesn't mean that we're suddenly done. Yeah, that's alright, Pokeshack. It was just to say that that is a good point. I had actually forgotten about that fact, because those quests don't really appear anywhere that much. Right. So, there was nothing else anyone asked about, so let me start by... Emily says, I need to make a Lala Eld. You know, it is very, very fun to have a Lala Eld. So that is a great idea. Thank you, Emily. We're not done yet. I still have a little bit more. But thank you. Thank you so much. Right. So, as I always say, if you would like to have an easier time keeping up with what's happening on the YouTube channel, there is a Discord community server. And on that server, there is a room dedicated to the weekly schedule on the channel, and whenever I post any videos or whatever happens, that is also notified there, where you can optionally opt in to being tagged when something new is posted, which means you get a tag whenever I put something up, and then I usually will tag you again shortly before the thing happens if those things are not the same. Beyond that, this is also a great place to find other wonderful people from this stream, or people to play Final Fantasy XIV with even. Although it is not a huge community, it's a very friendly community, and we're very open. Yes, I think that is that. Then I can talk about what's happening next week. Tuesday, some that have watched the channel for a longer time may recall that a while back I did some streams called Can I Solo That? On Tuesday, what we're doing instead is we're doing a little bit more structured. I'm going to be soloing dungeons from the top, synced. And we're not just going to do Blue Mage. I'm going to try to use a normal job whenever possible. And fun fact, if you set minimum item level, that also minimizes your actual level. So if you do minimum item level in Sastasha, you will be level 15 instead of level 18. So we'll see how far we can get, and I will probably be using my vast knowledge of how jobs function to figure out that we will probably be using Scholar from Sastasha to, I don't know, possibly all the way to Heaven's Ward, because none of the tanks have sufficient healing to compensate for not having a healer until then. But the interesting part is to see how many of the dungeons you can in fact solo. Well, we're going to be doing Sastasha again. It's only right. It's been a while. This time we'll do it in a more structured way, where I already kind of know what I'm going to be doing. We're also going to be doing more dungeons like that. I think it's interesting because it's not like story stuff, so it's not going to feel like people get spoiled. And it's not just doing dailies, so it's something a little new, a little bit different. And it's a challenge, so it means that it would be something that maybe you wouldn't do yourself, something you wouldn't be bothered to do yourself. I thought it was interesting. Yeah, that's true. Can you solo Sastasha? Yes. Maybe. If I remember correctly, my initial assumption was that I couldn't. And then we did anyway, because Repose is surprisingly strong. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we have a short on the tether mechanic, specifically the spiky one that turns purple when you do it right. And a short about the Reaper rotation. And then Friday, the video premiere is going to be touching on the subject, which you may have seen others talk about as well. Can you actually solo Final Fantasy XIV? No, you can't. No, you can't. But the video is about how, or why, that is. So I hope that will be interesting. I had fun researching it and exploring it. And Sip also helped me with a specific part in it. And then of course, Saturday, we will presumably finish Shadowbringers. So I hope some of you will be ready to join for that. You know, Pokejack, that is actually an interesting point that I didn't even consider. That Crystal Tower would completely stop you. That is an interesting point. I've completely neglected to mention that in my video. Ha! Well. Oh well. Maybe I'll mention that somewhere. It would be extremely boring if the video ended like that. It doesn't, fortunately. But that would be the silliest way to end. There's an alliance raid that is mandatory. Thank you for mentioning it. Maybe I'll figure out a way to add it to the video. Right, on Saturday we will still be doing... of course, we'll be finishing Shadowbringers. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else. Maybe we could clean up the inventory a bit. Perhaps, so that we don't do nothing with the extra time. I'll do that. That is pretty funny that you should mention that. I had completely forgotten. Pokeshack says, the video of 10 minutes of the duration and the 5 seconds you say you can't put an image of Crystal Tower and that image of a black of just a black image for the rest of the video. Just, can you actually solo Final Fantasy XIV? No, and just slap the Crystal Tower in your face. To be fair, I focus the video a lot more on the subject of for a fun short. I think I'll find a way to add these details to the actual video and just mention it. There are some things I have to adjust in the video anyway. So it's not that bad. I'll just mention that somewhere. Like, yes, I know that the Crystal Tower requires at minimum 3 people to enter, so obviously you can't solo that. Anyway, the rest of the video will assume that we will simply ignore that aspect, because that's more interesting. Right. Well, that was a good thing that I brought it up, because I would not have added that. On the other hand, I'm sure that a lot of people would just have left a comment with the exact same detail. You know you can't solo Crystal Tower, right? Huh. Right. Well, I don't have anything else left. Sorry, I don't want to bother with that. I don't have anything else left. I don't think that... nope, they're not coming back. So I think this might be just as fine a time to round up the stream. That would be the first time in a long time that we actually stop early. That's probably fine. Rather than just sit here and do nothing for 14 minutes, right? So I will make a note about that Crystal Tower detail and see what I do about it. I think the result is more interesting. I expect the classic 6 hours. I'm sorry. But yeah. With that said, thank you all so much for watching, and good night or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. And if nothing else, maybe I'll see you in the Discord, or maybe I'll see you commenting on some of the videos that I'm putting out over the next week. I hope to see you very soon. And with that said, the only thing left is to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Who goes to bed 13 minutes early. She is either ecstatic or absolutely fuming about this. Yes. Good night. Good night. And good night, Smol Caetsu. See you all very soon.